Hey, everybody. We are here week 5. All right. This is going to be a big week. And I will tell you, everybody thinks that this is going to be a very tough game. We know that going in. We know that the Chargers have a great offense. We know that the Browns defense has been struggling lately. But I will tell you this. I am very optimistic. This feels like a game that going into it, we think we're going to lose, but we turn around and win. This is really one of those kind of interesting catch games. And I think that we're going to win this game. And I'm going to kind of outline some of the reasons why here in the show. Before I get going, Evan Chase is here, Hambone, Gary Washington. The guys got here early. Lynn Savage, new member. Lynn Savage is in the house. Chubba Wubba Hub 24. Mark Schoen is here. We got everybody rocking and rolling. We just hit 5,700 subscribers, 24 channel members. Jonathan Schlegel's in the house. What's going on, John? So it's just going to be me today. We're going empty backfield for this one. Restano is out and about, and my dad's a little bit under the weather, so it's just going to be me. Hope that's okay with everybody. But I got a whole bunch of moving gifts up there for you guys to enjoy while we chat, and I'll be talking to you guys the entire time. Jonathan says Chubb's gonna run for 250 today. That would be pretty incredible. I will tell you, the last couple games, the Chargers have given up over 100 yards to running backs. So I think the Chargers defense is a little bit suspect at this point. Especially with Bosa not being in, and I think that's kind of where we should start today. The big ones today is Keenan Allen, the wide receiver, is out. I would probably say he is Herbert's he's the number one target. Herbert still has injured ribs, although he lit up the Texans last week. We have their left tackle, the starting left tackle for the Chargers. The guy's name is escaping me. He is out for the season, I believe. And then the big one also, Joey Bosa, is out. So this is not the same full strength Chargers team that everybody thinks about. This is a Chargers team that lost to the Jags. So if I go through the Chargers games here so far this season, started out the season beating the Raiders in a close one, 24-19. Then they lost to the Chiefs in a close one, 24-27. Then they got blown out by the Jaguars, 38-10. That is a game that nobody, at home, by the way. They lost at home to the Jaguars, 38-10. But was that the game that was in London? No, it wasn't. No, Trevor Lawrence threw 3 touchdowns. James Robinson ran for 100 yards and a touchdown. I mean, the Jaguars lit them up just 2 weeks ago. And then last week, they beat the Chargers they beat the Texans, 34-24. So depending upon what's going on, the Chargers are 2-2. So they beat the Chargers, lost to the Chiefs, lost to the Jags, beat the Texans. I think the Raiders are a mediocre team, to be honest. I think the Raiders are not somebody that anybody's too afraid of this year. The Chiefs, I think, are going to be a Super Bowl contender, if not the Super Bowl team. And as it's looking right now, if I was going to put money on it, I'd put the Chiefs in the Super Bowl against the Eagles. But that Jags game is the one that's really interesting to me. Browns fan 1977's in the house. Jake the Snake Watson is here. Yes, we have some news about Deshaun Watson coming back tomorrow as well. So he'll be in the facility tomorrow. Won't be practicing, but he'll be with the team. He'll be soaking it all in. So the big thing here is how we're going to be able to contain Justin Herbert and Austin Eckler, who's decided to turn it on. He had 3 touchdowns last week, Austin Eckler. 2 on the ground, 1 in the air. That is a productive game. Productive. Herbert threw for 340 yards against the Texans in Houston. I believe it was in Houston. That is a scary game. They basically won the entire game in the first half. They had 27 points in the first half versus the Texans had 7. They destroyed the Texans. But the Texans are terrible. So I'm not really concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the Chargers from what they put up against the Jaguars. That was a god-awful game. Herbert looked very human in that game. 25 for 45, 297, a touchdown, and an interception. Austin Eckler ran for 5 yards. Sony Michel led their team with 5 carries, 22 yards. I mean, they got destroyed by the Jaguars. So hopefully the Browns are looking at that game and going, that is the roadmap we should be following. Okay? That is a big, big deal that they got crushed that bad. Now, the Chiefs, it's tough to replicate what the Chiefs do. They're just, I mean, you could look at that and see what worked, but I'd be more looking about what the offense did against the Chiefs, because that you're going to get a lot of the same offense, I think, against the Browns. But looking at their defense, it's just tough. But that Jaguars game is the one that I would try to map my game plan around, because they just got annihilated. Anything that worked in that Jags game is what I would be doing against the Chargers. Yes, Gary, Austin had a game. I mean, any fantasy guys out there looking at that game going, that's the one. And speaking of which, I want to go into my fantasy team just to make sure, because we're going to be running right up to game time here, guys. Other people in the house. We got the Smoke is here as well. Welcome, Smoke. Okay, so again, I think this is an interesting one. This is what would have been a game that I think I would have liked to go to, because I think this is going to be an upset today. With Jadeveon Clowney coming back. If you look at the injury report alone, guys, they're missing 3 of their key players. Just making double checking on this. Okay, so Rashawn Slater, their left tackle's gone. Keenan Allen's gone, and Joey Bosa's gone. So those are the key players. Imagine taking, okay, the Browns' key players out. Imagine taking Amari Cooper out right now, who's playing extremely productive. Myles Garrett out. We saw what happened last week. And then take out, another key player. Take out like Wyatt Teller or Batonio. I mean, it matters, these guys. I mean, there is a severe drop-off in talent. Think about it like Madden. Anybody who plays Madden, where you see those Madden ratings, you've got like the 99. And this is what I talk about with Myles Garrett all the time. I'm like, Myles Garrett is a 99. He single-handedly raises the overall rating of the defense by himself significantly just by being out there. Jadeveon Clowney the same way. These guys are absolute elite players when they're healthy and when they're on the field. You have to account for them, because they can at any moment can get to the quarterback, knock the ball out of their hand, sack the quarterback. They can do disruptive things on defense. And when you take them off the field and you put a pedestrian left tackle or right tackle out there like we had last week, you don't have that same level of threat. You don't have that same level of intensity coming from those corners, and quarterbacks just go nuts. They just go nuts on you. So, and Joey Bosa is that type of guy. He is that disruptive type defensive player, and that they're losing out there. So I believe that we can score points against the Chargers. The Chargers have given up 19, 27, 38, and 24. And if you look at the teams that they're giving up points to, I mean, other than the Chiefs, who I would say is elite, the Raiders aren't, the Jags aren't, the Texans aren't. And they basically all, from an average, they averaged all about 26, 27 points between those guys. So they're giving up an average of 27 points because they gave that many to the Chiefs. I think the Browns can score at least 27 points. I wouldn't be surprised the Browns go over 30 today. It just comes down to what the defense can do. And the defense has been the Achilles heel for this team. It has been brutal. Brutal. I've been calling for Joe Woods' head for a while. You guys know. If you follow me on Twitter, you guys know. Oh, and by the way, I should update this. I have not mailed out the Joe Thomas posters yet. I had a somewhat of a last-minute trip that I spent all week in California. So I wasn't home. I wasn't able to do it. But I am off tomorrow. And I promise you all, every member, so Lynn, Mark, Chubba Hub, David, Browns fan, everybody here, if you have not sent me an email with your address, please do, because I'm sending out the Joe Thomas posters tomorrow. And I want to make sure that every member of the channel has one before the non-members. John, you should just send me a text message because I think I have your address, but just make it easy if you want the Joe Thomas poster. All right. So they will be going out tomorrow. I have a lot of mailing to do. It's gonna cost me an arm and a leg, but you guys give me money, so I'm just gonna give it back to you in terms of Joe Thomas posters. Which, by the way, I want to go see right now because eBay, they had people selling these posters. Okay, let's just see Joe Thomas, superhero poster. Let's see what this thing goes for. $10, $4 to ship is what's going on eBay right now. That is crazy that people are trying. Like, they were free posters. $5.99 plus ship, $6 to ship. So people are making money off these. 7, 6, 10, 7, 8. It's crazy. But nonetheless, you guys will get one. Since you forgot to put my real name in the first one, I don't think it should not necessarily matter, Browns fan 1970. It shouldn't matter that all that much. So I want to know in the chat, guys, let me know if you think we're going to win right now. Let me open a poll. Let's create a poll. Who will win today? Okay, I'm going to ask the community. We're going to add that. I want to see what people are thinking. Do you think we're going to win today? And I want you to be honest. Don't just be a Browns fan. Honestly answer, do you think we're going to win or lose today? I'm very, very curious about this. Because I believe we firmly have a chance. And with the way that the Browns have been playing lately on offense, I think we're really good. Because you look at what we did. We put up 26 against the Panthers, 30 against the Jets, 29 against the Steelers, and 20 against the Falcons. We have not put under 20 points up on the board today. We're playing at home where we put up 29 and 30 respectively. And I would say that the Browns have the opportunity to put up 30. I think I'm gonna adjust. I think my score is gonna be over 30. I'm gonna say like if I was saying 35 plus. The Chargers give up points. The Browns give up points. Two high-powered offenses, and I think that's what's going to happen today. I believe the weather is fine up there. Let me check the weather in Cleveland. Weather in Cleveland, Ohio, currently 55 degrees, 0% chance of precipitation, 14 miles an hour wind. It is interestingly windy, but I don't think that's like out of bounds for Cleveland, the wind. I don't think it is. So I think that'll be okay in terms of what's going on in the stadium. 55 degrees, though. I forgot how 55 degrees for me is freezing. It's 81 down here in Orlando right now. So it's a different world. I'll tell you that. Cheers, everybody. Still getting my iced coffee going this morning. Ooh, dog. All right. So far, we got a Browns 75% chance to win. So people are feeling Browns today. I really do. Beast Grills, what's going on, man? What is happening, my dude? We got the Corbinologist. We got shirtflavored.com. We got Beast Grills. What's going on, everybody? Derek Jones is in the house, too. What's going on, Derek? So I think that there's going to be a lot of interesting things that go on in this game. You know, the Browns so far this season, I don't know if you guys caught the last video that I put up, the Kevin Stefanski's becoming a problem. Here's what I want to go. I want to talk a little bit about that because the coaching has been a serious, it's almost like it's a condition in Cleveland. And that's not something that we expected. We thought that when we hired Kevin Stefanski, and he had that first year, that coach of the year, 11-5, playoff win, which, by the way, he did not get a playoff win. People like to credit him for that win against the Steelers, but if everybody remembers, he was ill, and Mike Prefer won that game. So Mike Prefer, who's been somewhat of a mess recently, one of the most inconsistent special teams coordinators in the league, that I struggle with. So Kevin Stefanski, which was essentially a bubble year because there were no fans in the stands, and he was sitting out there with no pressure on him to just go out there and call plays. He didn't have the noise. He didn't have anything. He could yell out to the players what he wanted to do, right? You can't do that when you have fans in the stands. So he had to adjust, and he went backwards. I think what the challenging thing is, and the people who are watching the film, which I do, I have the all 22. I went back and I watched. It's not necessarily always the play calling that's the problem. It's a lot of times the execution. So everybody last week, when we think about what went wrong against the Falcons, what went wrong was Jacoby Brissett's inability to hit guys underneath. And when I say underneath, I don't mean like in the flat or over the middle. I mean underneath from a screenplay perspective. And then the one screen that he did execute, which I believe was the Njoku tight end screen, Njoku fumbles. After coming off the game that Njoku had the last week against the Steelers, where he just it was his coming out party. I mean, he was like, I'm here. I'm earning my money. Then he has a game where he's productive on paper, but that fumble was critical. Right? And that's another thing. I like David Njoku. I think he's fine. I just don't think he's a threat. He's not a guy that you're going to scheme around. And for us paying that much money, I want a George Kittle. I want a Tony Gonzalez. I want a Travis Kelce type guy. You make that kind of money, that's it. He's a first-round tight end. I don't think he's ever made the Pro Bowl. Let's go check. David Njoku. I like going to Pro Football Reference. That's the best. David Njoku has never made the Pro Bowl. Ever. His first season in 2017, he had 32 receptions. His next season, 2018, he had 56, which is very productive. And then he was injured and had 5 in 2019. In 2020, he had 19 catches. 2021, he had 36, and this year he's off to a good start with 18. But a lot of them came last week. David Njoku has been, and I know he has done better. He's improved as a blocker. He is relatively sure-handed when he gets out there. But let's not kid ourselves, guys. The guy that when you pay him that much money, when you draft a first round tight end, you need a guy who's catching 60 to 70 passes. David Njoku is not doing that. Not even close. His catch percentage is much, much higher this year than his average, so you got to figure that's going to come down. His career average is 63.1 catch percentage. He's at 78.3 right now. David Njoku's having a year. But that fumble really, really bothered me. And it's like, you can't be considered one of the best in the game when you turn the ball over like that in a critical position on their side of the field. You can't do it. So I will tell you, I like David. I think he's fine as a person, but man, we have never seen even close to what we had with Kellen Winslow type numbers that we're getting out of David Njoku. That tells you anything. It is what it is. And we are a tight end heavy offense. And don't tell me that, the Harrison Bryant is taking away his looks, or maybe Hooper did. I'd say Hooper, took away some of his looks. But man, he's just never turned out to be the guy. And this is it, and we'll see how he's going to do. So far, he's doing all right. Just got to keep the ball from hitting the turf. All right. It'd be nice to get a tad more out of Njoku. I agree. Garrett Cole pitching is still good. What are you talking about? We're talking about the Yankees, Indians. Watson will make him better. That's going to be the real key, right? Can Deshaun Watson come in and make his players around him better? And looking back to games that that Watson actually played in in Houston. And then if you look at games like you look at Tampa Bay when Tom Brady's playing, you look at games when, like Kansas City with Pat Mahomes. And then you look back at film with Deshaun Watson, and you're getting a lot of the similar thing with Deshaun Watson. You really are. He can sit back and pick you apart. And I think that that's the type of guy that we're getting. Is he creepy off the field? Sure, he's creepy off the field. A lot of these guys are. I'm not making excuses for that. I'm not actually even taking a position anymore. But I think from a player perspective, Deshaun is going to up-level this team. Because if you look back at the film, Jacoby Brissett has had opportunities where he's missed guys that would have been touchdowns. Last week he missed Chubb. I want to say he missed Amari Cooper with a long one. I don't know if it was last week or the week before. I mean, he has had opportunities. And in the NFL, unfortunately, you just don't get that many sure thing touchdown opportunities. And when you miss, it's critical. Last week, we had several goal line opportunities. We didn't get it in. And we settled for a field goal, or we came away with nothing. And in the NFL, every point matters. And I really hope that Stefanski now can look at those situations and be like, look, you don't always have to have your foot on the gas, because we are not efficient on fourth down. We're one of the worst fourth down teams in the league. And that tells me something. Either the players can't step up on that down, like maybe they feel too much pressure, don't know what's going on, haven't practiced it enough, haven't been through the grind on fourth down in practice to really be able to rep that thing out, or the coaches are calling the wrong plays. Meaning, like, usually on fourth down, when a coach goes for it, they've got an extremely high percentage play, a play that they've run against their first team defense, and they know that they can get it way more often than not. Or they have a schemed play, one that is a play, something that is open almost 100% of the time, right? Where they have like a tackle eligible thing, or like a play action where a quarterback rolls out. But I got to tell you, other than those QB sneaks with Jacoby Brissett on fourth down, where it's like 4th and 1, we're not getting them. Those short yardage situations, we've got two marquee running backs, Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb. And the way that we use them on fourth down is frustrating, to say the least. The other thing is we have got to create some separation when you have on these screenplays. I want to say there was probably 5 screenplays against the Falcons that would have been open for yards. There was green light ahead. And because they didn't create separation, or Atlanta just didn't bite full force and Jacoby couldn't get him the ball, they turned into nothing. They turned into incomplete passes or worse. We got to practice those, because we have playmakers, and like Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb, David Njoku, those guys, if we can get the ball in their hands in those situations, it's great. We can't be doing these a tight end around. That is one that I'll say, Kevin, like, that is wrong. I don't care what you're doing. You cannot call a tight end around with David Njoku. That is unacceptable in my mind. Unacceptable. Gary, I was just looking back at the chat. Gary, it's hard to pick us to lose. I almost never pick us to lose. Although that Falcons game, I remember when I went off the air and I said to my dad, I go, I don't know if I'm feeling this one. I feel like they're going to fall asleep. The fact that Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney weren't out there. Marcus Mariota always plays us well for some reason. And I just didn't feel that game was going to go our way. So, and historically, I don't think we play well in Atlanta. So that was one of those that I was like, not feel. But this game, I do feel good about. I really do. I really think that we're gonna come out and we're gonna win this game. I think Herbert's gonna have a bad game. I think that the offense itself is gonna play well. I don't think they're gonna be able to stop Chubb and Hunt. I really don't. I think that is the advantage that we have going on for us today, is the Chubb and Hunt move. And I don't think a lot of defenses around the league can actually stop that. All right. Watson will make him better. Blah, blah, blah. Watson made Darren Fells good, and he didn't do nothing for us. So, but I think Darren Fells is actually an underrated guy. By the way, he was the first touchdown that Baker Mayfield threw. It's to Darren Fells against the Raiders, the game after the Jets back in 2019. So Fells is actually not that bad of a tight end. He's not great, but he's not bad. Garrett gonna break the record today? He might. I think it's pretty close, right? It's like within a couple. I don't know how many it is. Hope Jacoby have better passes to Amari Cooper today. Yeah, I mean, the good thing is with Jacoby and Amari, I think that they do have some decent chemistry. So Jacoby does trust him, and Amari is executing. I think Amari had like maybe one drop pass and was critical last week. But Amari Cooper is turning out to be a very solid pickup for the Browns. Let's see what his stats are this year. Amari Cooper. He has 31 targets, 20 receptions. Catch rate of 64.5, which is just slightly above his career average of 63.3. 2 touchdowns. I mean, Amari Cooper right now is on pace, I'd say Amari Cooper's on pace for 80. 80 plus catches. I mean, in his career best was Dallas 2 years ago where he had 92 catches. Last year in Dallas, he only had 68, but he didn't play the whole season. The last full season that Amari Cooper played was in 2019. He played 16 games for Oakland and Dallas combined. He had 79 catches and 8 touchdowns. That's about what I think that we're gonna get from Amari this year. I think we're gonna get about 80 catches and about 8 touchdowns. That's what I think we do. And I think a majority of them are going to come, obviously, in the beginning of the season with Jacoby Brissett. I think that's the important thing. So he's looking good. Let's take a look at Mr. Brissett so far this year, because I think he's been overperforming. Jacoby is currently 2-2, 82 completions out of 127 attempts. 64.6 completion percentage, which is 4.6 higher than his career, or 4 points higher than his career average. Sorry. 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Those 2 interceptions have been in critical situations. That's been the problem. But all in all, I think Jacoby Brissett is going to, I mean, at this point, if he throws on a couple more touchdowns, I think Jacoby Brissett could be close to 15, 16 touchdowns by the time, maybe even 20 if he gets lucky. Has a couple big games, 20 touchdowns by the time Deshaun Watson comes in week 13. I think it's possible. I think it's very possible. I think Amari Cooper could do 1,000 yards. I really do, Gary. I think that it is possible in his career. Amari Cooper does catch for over 1,000 yards quite often. So in 2015, 2016, 2018. 2019, 2020, those are all years that he caught over 1,000 yards. The only years he has not was 2017, which he was hurt. He only played 12 games. And then last year in Dallas, where he only played in 15 games, and he still caught 865, which is, you put in another game, could he put up another 140 yards? Yeah, I think he could have. So he would have been real close to 1,000 yards last year as well if he played a full season. He's at 228 at this point. 228. So, I mean, if you extrapolate that, he's only got it like 70-something% left to go. I think he could do it. DJ Davis and defensive tackles out for the game. That's interesting. So they're losing another player. Was he listed on the I don't see that being. I don't see DJ Davison being called. Oh, for the Giants. I would say I don't think DJ Davison plays for the Chargers. Giants could turn this into a dogfight. Who are the Giants playing today? Oh, the Ravens. I'd say it had to be an AFC North team. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really been watching to see what's going on with the Ravens thus far this season. We don't play them just yet. I think that the Ravens game is coming up, though. Yeah, the 23rd, we're playing the Ravens in Baltimore. So that's coming around. And then the other game, which I might actually even go to, is the December 18th game against the Ravens, depending upon, I think that game is Brissett's first home game. If I'm remembering this correctly. Oh, the Giants are playing Green Bay right now. What am I talking about? Thank you, Lynn. Ravens play Cincinnati. Yeah. This is like the early game. Where is this being played? Is this being played in London? Like, why is this game on right now? My guy Aaron Jones only has 40 yards on the ground. That's not good. Oh, is it a London game? I was wondering. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Yeah, I only got 7 points out of Aaron Jones right now in fantasy. That sucks. But the guy I'm playing against Ristano's wife, Laura, and she's got Herbert in. Did not play Aaron Rodgers, although Aaron Rodgers is having a decent game. Browns fans, let go Browns. Let go. I don't want to let go of the Browns. I can't. You meant to say let's go. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I'm curious to see what time, because I think this is one of those games that's going to be a defining type game. It's an AFC game, so it's important from a division standpoint. The Chargers are going to, I think the Chargers themselves they're going to have to try to keep up with the Chiefs, but I think the Chiefs are going to run away with this thing. The Chiefs are very, very good. They're back to the same type of old Chiefs team, minus Tyreek Hill. Hey, Dad, how's it going? So minus Tyreek Hill, the Chiefs are still looking really, really strong. They have the most points scored in the NFL with 129. It's pretty darn good. Interestingly enough, the Browns, as bad as their defense have been, have given up 95 points. The Chargers have given up 108. The Browns offense has scored 105 points. The Chargers have scored 92. The Browns have, so on paper, the Browns have a better offense and a better defense points-wise than the Chargers do today. Both sides of the ball. And I would argue from a kicker standpoint, we're certainly not worse in kicker than the Chargers. So all three aspects of the games, we should have minimum an advantage, if not be neutral. Now, of course, Jacoby Brissett is not as good as Justin Herbert. But Justin Herbert down a weapon, down Keenan Allen, is different. So I believe, who do we have left there? We've got Mike Williams. Let's go into the Chargers real quick. I want to take a look at something. Players. It's basically, I think, going to come down. I want to check the stats on Mike Williams thus far this season. He had the first game against the Raiders, he had 2 receptions. Against Kansas City, he had 8 in a big game. Against Jacksonville, he had 1 reception. And then last week against Houston, he had 7. So holding Mike Williams and keeping him in check is going to be important. Mike Williams can play. He's having a very similar season right now, almost exactly the similar to Amari Cooper. Amari's outplaying him just by a little bit in terms of catch percentage and yards, and receptions. But, I mean, they're very similar in terms of statistics. Then you've got, I think the big one is Austin Eckler. If we can stop Eckler and keep him in check, I think we're in good shape. I really do. Looking at his stats so far this season, pretty mediocre. No touchdowns on the ground or in the air until last week against Houston, where he went nuts. 60 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns, 49 in the air off of 6 receptions and a touchdown. Austin Eckler came to play last week. Now, can he do the same thing? Because if you've got 2 main weapons and you say to Justin Herbert, we're going to take away Eckler, we're going to take away Mike Williams, beat us with the other players, I'll take that game. I think that's the best game to play. Because I think Myles is going to be hungry. He's going to want to get to the quarterback. Hopefully he's feeling better off of that car accident. Hopefully Jadeveon Clowney can give us a full game and that ankle stays nice. But yeah, I mean, this is a big deal here. All right, so we got the Packers going into the fourth quarter. The fourth quarter is just now beginning with leading 20-13, I believe. Yes, leading 20-13. Starting off the fourth quarter. Got Rodgers having a decent game here. 20-27, 178, 2 touchdowns. That's not bad. He's got one. Allen Lazard. Man, still making it happen. Still making it happen there in Green Bay with somewhat mediocre wide receivers. I say Randall Cobb, Allen Lazard, and those guys are mediocre compared to what he's had in the past. So yeah, going back to this Kevin Stefanski thing, we need to see Stefanski get better. I think he's got to take his foot off the gas a little bit on fourth down situations. I don't mind the fourth down and going for it, when you have the ball around midfield. That's fine. I don't like the going for it when you're down near the end zone in the red zone. It has not been working for us, and I think we got to turn that around. If we expect to have a chance to win this game, it's going to all come down to how many points you scored, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to score touchdowns every time. This is a very efficient offense. We can get down the field, especially against a defense that's given up over 100 points in the first four games of the season. That's a lot of points they've given up. And we've given up, somewhat close to that as well. So don't get me wrong. We have given up a few. But man, I got to tell you, it feels pretty weird. All right. I think I'm gonna make a fantasy roster change. I think today we're gonna go back to Travis Etienne Jr. in Jacksonville. I think he's gonna get some play. I think he's gonna do well. I'm gonna go with him. Jared Goff has been having a year. Could run Goff against if it wasn't at New England, and New England's defense is pretty decent. Hey, new super chat from the Brown Tiger. Clowney and Garrett back, baby. Just announced. All right, so it is for sure that both of them are playing. I know that last week it was one of those. We'll wait and see. Isaiah Gassina's here. Stefanski's fine. You got to give the guys a break, said Baker and Brissett. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's not necessarily the play calling I'm having an issue with, Isaiah. It's more about the execution and the strategic vision that he's putting out there in terms of like going for it on fourth down in the end in the red zone. Those are the things that frustrate me. Take points. We would have taken the points. It might have been a different game last week. All right, we have Cleveland players are officially inactive today. I'm going to see on the phone because we just got the list. So as the Brown Tiger said, just have the list of the players that are inactive. I've got my news popping up. All right. Brownies. Inactive. Kellen Mond, Michael Woods, Demetric Felton, Joe Haig, Drew Forbes, Chris Hubbard, Miller Fornstall. The Chargers are going Keenan Allen, Dustin Hopkins. Their kicker is out. That's interesting. Richard Rodgers, Ogbania, JT Woods, Okay. So the Chargers are actually on the wrong side of the injury report this week, which is odd for me. So we always seem to be on the wrong side of the injury report. Ara's here. If you scored, nothing would be said. Hindsight is always 20/20. Yeah, you're right, but like I feel like when you have momentum going into that first quarter, you get all the way down the field. I think it's like just take points, get some points on the board, and go into it. Points are important. Why is yours target line the 40 when they say he makes 70 yarders in pregame? I want to say he's 40 because that's where the higher percentage lies. I think he can do it, but they always try to make it like, hey, this is where a safe is. Doesn't necessarily mean where his career long is. Plus, he's a rookie, and they don't really have a clear book on him yet. So the 40 would make a 57, 58 yarder about what it is. And I think he can hit from 60 plus, but I don't think he hasn't been tested. His career long is 57, and he made one in college, I would say, and then 58 in the pros. So, he's got the leg, but he's got to be tested for it before they can give him that. Lamone Jr. Wow, this year, shook my head. Ryan Burlow. Evan Chase, from what I know, yeah, he got injured before even preseason game. Hambones got some brownies out there. Brown Tiger, Lynn Savage, you got that right. Said between Garrett and Clowney should have 4 sacks today. That'd be awesome. At that time, we were carving them up. Nothing to say would do it again. Yeah, I mean, we were carving them up, but, points are points. And that's where, like, would it be great if we had a touchdown there? Yes, but what you're risking there, coming away with nothing after that drive, is really disappointing. Unless you have a play, and they didn't have a play. They just ran back, and everyone was covered, and Jacoby was looking around, and then Jacoby threw it away. It's not really acceptable to come away with no points in the first drive when you do something like that. And then rushing up on the third down to call a running play over a tackle, or it's just an odd running play too. So, I didn't know Jakeem Grant was out for the year. Yeah. I'll take 2 today. Just make him feel better, Tiger. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, I think that Myles Garrett's going to get at him. I mean, going up against another backup left tackle, you're going to have to scheme against that. They're going to have to put guys on Myles Garrett, chipping him all game. So you're going to look at a lot of heavy packages to the left side, and you're going to look at a running back who's going to have to chip Garrett as well, given the double team on the left side. And then you got Jadeveon Clowney. So you're going to have to give up. There's going to be a weak end of this offense. And on plays that are like 3rd and 18s and stuff like that, or 3rd and 11s that are key, it's going to happen type thing. They're going to go after the quarterback. I think those are the ones you're going to see him teeing off. It's not a backup tackle. He's a backup guard playing tackle. That's even crazier, right? So that's a big thing. Nick Chubb on Spotify? What is Nick Chubb on Spotify doing? Do you have a rap album that came out, or a rock album, something like that? That'd be awesome. I'd listen to that. Listen to Nick Chubb's Spotify playlist. Yeah, I think Clowney is going to be. It's going to be an important thing. This is going to be one of those games he steps up. He's been out. This is par for the course of Clowney. He doesn't play all year. We know that. Guy is hurt all the dang time. Oh, there's a new song about him. Okay, I get it, Lynn Savage, but you saw the interview Clowney had. He wants to get after it. Then Garrett seemed excited too. There you go. Touchdown Giants. Ooh, Giants scored. It's not updated yet on. There we go. Just updated. How did they score? So it must have been a running play because Daniel Jones still has no touchdowns in the game. If you guys are not subscribed, help us reach our subscriber goal. We just hit 5,700, trying to get to 10,000. So let's do a subscriber push right now. Anybody who's not subscribed to the channel yet, hit the subscribe button and and hit like on the video right now. Everybody hit like on the video because most of you are subscribed. But if you're not subscribed, hit it now and let's get that up. I want to try to get that 5,700 to 5,800. Let's get to 6,000, relatively soon. That'd be great. We were floating around 4,900 for so long, and then we just had a big bump up in subscribers, which is awesome. 10,000 is better because we get a couple new things get opened up for you on YouTube when you get to the 10,000 mark. So, like, there's a shop that you can put on your channel. Plus, I think you get more emojis at 10,000. So that'd be awesome. There we go. Steven Owens is in the house. People are definitely paying attention. Appreciate that. 20-20, Giants, Packers with 10:08 left. Hopefully they get the ball to my guy, Aaron Jones, so I can get some more fantasy points because I got to tell you, fantasy has been a struggle lately. My team is rough. I don't have any marquee player. Like last year I had Tom Brady and Mike Evans. I had studs last year and I won the league. This year I've got Stafford, who's underperforming. Marquise Brown, who is overperforming. Adam Thielen, underperforming. Najee Harris, about right. Aaron Jones, about right. And Njoku, who I just added over Kyle Pitts. Bold Wolf, welcome. So my fantasy team is kind of average, and there's nothing I can do to even make a change at this point. I have 3 guys that are out on the bench. Michael Thomas is out, Rashad Bateman's out, and Kyle Pitts are out. Like all my big-time players are out, which stinks. But therein lies what fantasy is. Yeah, the Giants all of a sudden actually don't look terrible. 3-1 right now. And they're battling against Green Bay, and most people I think would have picked Green Bay in this one. So I think it's an interesting play going on right now with the Giants. They're one of those sneaky teams because they're getting a lot of production out of Saquon again. Saquon is somebody that they have to respect. But if you look at the guys rushing, you got the guys who Gary Brightwell has a touchdown and Daniel Bellinger has a touchdown. None of Saquon. That's got to frustrate the fantasy people big time. So looking ahead now as well. Not Browns. Browns schedule. Looking ahead now, you've got next week. You've got the Patriots, who are 1-3. This is not the same Patriots as many games in the past. Patriots are currently 1-3, and they play the Lions today. But the Lions are a team that have come around, so that's not a guaranteed win either for the Patriots. I think Mac Jones has been injured as well, so I think we're going with Brian Hoyer. So I could see the Patriots losing this one to Goff. Then we get the Ravens at home. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Ravens away. I'm sorry. On the 23rd. That's going to be a big game. It's going to be a big game because the Browns are currently 1-0 in the division. So if we can go 2-0 in the division, it'll be huge. Then we have Ravens, Bengals, Dolphins. Patriots, Ravens, Bengals, Dolphins. That's going to be interesting because the Dolphins are playing decent, but I don't know what's going on with Tua. They've got Teddy Bridgewater in there. The Bengals had underperformed early, but they've come back around. So the Bengals, I think, are going to be okay, and that's the Halloween game. What day is the Halloween on? That's a Monday night game. Then you've got the Bills, Bucks, Texans. And the big game that December 4th, which everyone's going to be all excited about, is the game at the Texans at 1 o'clock. And then we won't actually be able to see Deshaun Watson live in person. We get 2 home games with Deshaun this year. The Ravens and the Saints. The Ravens on December 18th, and then Christmas Eve game against the Saints. 2 games you get to see Deshaun Watson in Cleveland this year. So that's the other thing, guys. Let's be honest here. If we can be about 500, at or about 500 by the time Deshaun comes in, and then he plays well, we could be looking at making a late season playoff push. Because the games that we have at the end of the season, the Texans, Bengals, Ravens, Saints, Commanders, and Steelers are winnable games. There's nobody in there that I think is not a winnable game. Everyone is. Even the Bills and the Bucks, I think, are winnable games at the end of November. People say, oh, I don't know. But they're winnable games. I think this Browns team is good enough, if everybody's playing and doing the right thing, are winnable games. It's crazy. That's why I think today is a winnable game. And I think we will win today. I'm not going to guarantee it, but I'm pretty darn close to guaranteeing it. Clip it if you want. Clip it. That I'm saying. I'm pretty close to a guarantee. I'm not going full force guarantee, but I'm getting real close to it. I think we play very well today. And that's why the line isn't crazy out of bounds. I think the line's like 2.5. We're dogs. 2.5 dogs, right? Is it? Let me check. Browns, Chargers, betting line. 1 hour ago, Chargers are -1.5. So people are coming back to the Browns now. Chargers are -1.5. The over-under is 47 points. That's 23.5 points each. I think that's possible, guys. I think if I was going to bet, I'd bet the over, and I'd bet the Browns -1.5. I think we're going to win by more than a 1.5. If I had to bet this, I'd bet the over and bet the Browns, and I'd take the points. I would do it. Wide receiver Justin Palmer has an ankle injury. Kicker Dustin Hopkins is dealing with a quad injury. And Dustin Hopkins is out today. So they're going to go with a backup kicker. So, guys, listen here. Just hear me out here for a second. We've got Herbert's got the injured ribs. The Browns defense is not the Houston Texans. We have the Browns defense, okay, which have not stepped up and had a really good game. So they're motivated. They got their leaders coming back with Jadeveon Clowney and Myles Garrett. They're coming back, and they're both motivated to play. You've got an injured offensive line, so you're going with backup offensive linemen for the Chargers. You've got an injured quarterback because he's not going to be feeling much. They're going to hit him up with some cortisone or something. He's not going to be feeling much going into this game, okay? But you don't know how that's going to impact. You don't have Keenan Allen out there, who's the number one receiver for the team. So if you can hold Austin Eckler and Mike Williams in check, you win this game because the Chargers defense is not very good. Again, they're missing their Myles Garrett, their version of him, which is Joey Bosa. This is a winnable game, guys. I really and they're playing away. They had to travel to, the middle of the country, which I consider Ohio to be the middle of the country. Going from LA to Ohio, which is a long flight, 4+ hour flight, to get there to do it, and it's cold weather. I mean, LA is a warm weather team, and it's a dome, essentially a dome, okay? Versus Cleveland, which is going to be open air, 55 degrees, which is not freezing, but it's something. With a backup kicker, backup offensive lineman, missing your number one receiver and missing your number one defensive player. This is a winnable game. This is it. We could not have asked for more. The only thing you could have asked for more than this is if Justin Herbert would have been out. And if Justin Herbert would have been out, then you'd see the Browns probably +5 to win this game. Not to mention the fact that the Chargers are 2-2. They're not 4-0. This isn't a crazy. The Chargers on paper, I feel, are fool's gold. Let me tell you why. If the Chargers are full strength, if they have their full team, and everybody's healthy, I think they're one of the best teams in the NFL, no doubt. Because Justin Herbert is legitimately that good. He is a besides Pat Mahomes, I think Justin Herbert's the second best quarterback in the league today, right now. And there's no disrespect to Josh Allen, no disrespect to guys like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, who are still at it right now. But I think Justin Herbert is the second best quarterback in the league. And also no disrespect to Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is, guys, I go after Lamar a lot because I don't like him because he plays on the Ravens. But my gosh, I respect him as a player. But number one, Pat Mahomes. Number two is Justin Herbert. And that's just what it is. However, you take away his weapons. You take away a guy like Keenan Allen. Let's take a look at Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen. Since 2017, 102 receptions, 97, 104, 100, 106. Keenan Allen is a baller. He is a extremely productive player, averaging 68.3 catch percentage. This year he played in one game, 4 targets, 4 receptions. Keenan Allen is the reason why Justin Herbert is as good as he is. The other players, Mike Williams is not bad, but he is not Keenan Allen. But the rest of that team on the LA Chargers are, I would consider to be pedestrian. Let's look at their depth chart. Going by ESPN. So, you've got Joshua Palmer, which I believe they said is out. I'm going to go back in and make sure. Somebody said Joshua Palmer was out. He's not saying there. All right, Josh Palmer's got 22 targets, 14 receptions, 1 touchdown. He's a nice player, but not transformational. Mike Williams, 31 targets, 18 receptions, 2 touchdowns. I think Mike Williams is a very nice player. Transformational, I wouldn't say. I'd say potential, 6'4", 218. Mike Williams got the body, but Mike Williams ain't Keenan Allen. And then I'm not worried about any other players on this team. I'm not worried about Sony Michel. I'm not worried about Jason Moore Jr. or Michael Brandy. I'm not worried about any of these guys. And that's the thing. You take away weapons. That's the problem, like with Justin Herbert right now. He doesn't have the weapons around him. But he does have 9 touchdown passes this year to 2 interceptions. So he's going to throw the ball. He's going to throw the ball. He's going to rip it around. And I think that's the kind of good thing for the Browns. We want him throwing the ball. We want Myles Garrett to have opportunities to get at him. And this defense needs to step up. This defense absolutely has got to step up for one time this year. If there's a game to do it, this is the game. And I think the Browns are going to do it. I really do. I don't feel like there's an intimidation factor or anything. I think the Browns can absolutely pull off this game. Here we go. All right, here we go. TT Wims. This is a must game. This is a must-win game. Deshaun Watson leading us to a Super Bowl. All right. I like that. I like that positive energy. Isaiah Gassino, we're asking a lot of this guy hasn't played in 2 years. Our fresh QB at the sharp end of the season is crazy. Lamone Jr., I think we can definitely beat the Bucs. I think that's possible. As well. I think that Bucs game is definitely a winnable game. Guaranteed, says Isaiah. I feel good about today's game. I do too. We win today, says Ryan. Ara, I think we win today. Ryan Burlow, we're getting 1. We're getting 1.5 as of an hour ago. TT Wims, I agree. I think we play good today. Ara put money on it. Ryan Burlow, take the over. Isaiah Gassina, I took the Chargers on a teaser. Chargers +4, LOL. Don't like betting against the Browns, but couldn't resist. Ryan Burlow thought you got 6 points on a teaser. Isaiah, that's a big early game for the LA team. Bold Wolf. Hello, Browns fans, Charger fans here. Bold Wolf says, just hoping for a good game with no injuries for either team. I'll appreciate that, Bold. You're welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. Chargers fan, never met one, just messing with you. I actually have a Chargers fan in my neighborhood here in Florida, but he was a San Diego Chargers fan. When they moved to LA, he said, screw it, I'm not rooting for anyone anymore. And I'm like, what do you care, man? Like, you live in Florida. What's the difference? They moved up a couple hours north. They're still in California. It's not like the Browns moving to Baltimore, changing the names of the team and everything, and going to a new city and stealing the team. Like, it's the same team. Everybody's the same, and you're good. If I was a Chargers fan, I'd still be a Charger fan. It's the same thing with the Raiders. A lot of the Raiders fans in Oakland and in the Bay Area are still Raiders fans in Las Vegas. It's weird. I don't know. They're not like a fan of the city. They're a fan of the team. Or Burrow, Mike. Sorry, Ryan, I don't remember what you were saying there or what I was saying to talk about that. Giants going to take the lead. What's the score of the Giants game? 27-20 Giants. My Lord. Saquon finally on the board with a touchdown. His fantasy people are happy about that. Daniel Jones running around like a running back. That's kind of the thing with Daniel Jones. Like he's surprisingly athletic. Although he looks like one of the Hardy Boys. Remember when Baker dissed the Giants for taking Daniel Jones? What a good he is. What a goof he is. Yeah, I do remember that actually. But I don't think Daniel Jones is going to be on the... I'd be surprised if the Giants stick with him. They're going to be in the market for an upgrade. But, I mean, today he's 21-27, 217, 41 yards on the ground. I mean, he's sneaky. Turnovers, says Ryan. Mark A. Lewis Jr. I'm getting sick of the Browns games getting blocked out or blowout games. Ideally, don't feel like watching Buffalo and Pittsburgh, ? Mark, there's ways that you can watch all the games, so there are ways you shouldn't be blocked out. Hey, Charger fans, says Lynn. Lamone Jr. Greedy is back. Greedy's back? He's playing? My Lord. It's like a blue moon type game. Ryan Burlow should recruited a new Browns fan. Giants up 7. Greedy inactive. Yeah, Greedy is inactive. 6:08 to go in the Giants Green Bay game. It's coming down to it. Thank you guys for all sticking with me. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you subscribe. Hit that subscribe button right now. Hit the like button on the stream. Help us out. Those likes help out from the algorithm perspective. So every like, every engagement, every chat that you make are all things that YouTube looks at to say like, hey, is this a good channel or not? So the more interaction, the more engagement you can do, the better, guys. Appreciate it. And the Brown Tiger, thank you very much for the $2 earlier on the super chat. I appreciate that as well. Slowly and surely, we're going to build this channel up to be a massive player in the thing. The NFL fans, hit up Bees Plug, Beez Plug on Twitter for the ability to buy a DirecTV NFL ticket login if you need it. I just retweeted it, so if you guys want to check it out, you can. It's pretty good. I'll give that one to Brown Therapy. Brown's Therapy coming through with some killer gifts as usual. Cade York misses from a million miles away, but had the distance. Wow, he did. A million miles away. That's the 50. It's a 43. So 50. So 60. That's a 67 yarder. 67 plus 6. No, that's like 70. That's like 75 yards. He had the leg from 75 yards. Hayden Grove just tweeted out. He had the distance from 75 yards. Right? 50 would be 60 plus 7 plus 7. So 74, 75 yards. He had the leg. My God. Bernie is on his way to the game. I love Bernie. Who how can you not like Bernie? Go Browns. Go Browns. Looks like he's walking down towards 3rd Street right now. Bernie. There's bugs all over the field in Cleveland. ESPN Cleveland is showing bugs on the field. I don't know what the heck that is. That is crazy. They're called Lake Erie midges. Anybody who's up in Cleveland, what is a Lake Erie midge? Justin Herbert today. He's going to be looking over his left shoulder. That's for dang sure. Holy crap. Jake Trotter, not easy to see here, but there's hundreds, that's it, hundreds of midges sticking to the press box. What the heck are those things? They look like locusts. Oh, that's going to be funny. It's a swarm. It's amazing. All right, you got Browns players coming to the field. You got Nick Chubb. I can't tell what he's wearing. Harrison Bryant's wearing a NASA shirt. Players are rocking. They're getting there. So the big play guys are hanging out with Bernie Kosar. You got Dave and Chris McNeil, aka Reflog, hanging out with Bernie Kosar. What an awesome time they're having out there. It's pretty much all the chatter going on. 4:05 left here in the Giants and Green Bay game. 5:07. My dad said we're now down to 4:05. Looks like somebody's driving the ball. I got Green Bay on their own 47. Lynn Savage, you watched. I was listening to Bernie and Hanford's show. It's awesome. I've seen clips of it. I have not seen the whole show yet. Just because it's difficult for me. For me, creating content, it's difficult to do it. Like consume a whole lot of content when you're creating. But I do. I see them when they tweet them out on Twitter, the clips and stuff like that. I watch them and I always engage. I hit them with a like or sometimes a retweet as well. Bold Wolf, I'm a Charger fan in Denver, loving the reaction of the fans here with the pathetic donkeys. Yeah, that the weird thing is, I mean, I got a fly in my house here. Ooh, that's weird. You've got the Broncos who they're 2-3. They're not, I mean, the sky isn't necessarily falling, but apparently they had a really bad game. I was on an airplane, so I couldn't watch the other game last week. I had really no interest in it, and I just wanted to fly home last Thursday night. But apparently that was a really, 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 really bad game. And they're coming down on Russell Wilson, who's just a weirdo. He's a weird dude. Very odd, awkward person. Remember the Bugs came out, turned to Eagles or Indians Yankees game. What channel is the game on? Ryan's asking. Anybody happens to know what channel the game is on? I'm not watching it. I could be watching it, but I'm not. I don't want to get flagged for. Actually, let me see if I can do this. Let's go YouTube. I use YouTube TV. Let's see if we can pick up the game here. Go ahead and sign in. I'm going to be watching the end of the game with you guys. If it's on YouTube TV. Giants Packers on NFL Network. There we go. And I don't know if you guys were catching the news, but it looks like Odell Beckham was interested in possibly going back to the Giants, which is kind of funny. That'd be really funny. All right, they're in the red zone, 2:04 left. They got to score a touchdown. Tight end off, scores a first down. There you go. It's a nice play. You don't want to go third down in the red zone like that. That brings us to a 2-minute warning there in London. I like these London. I know people don't like them. I like them. They throw me off because I never know what week they're doing them. But if they're doing them every week, they're really trying to expand the game out to Europe. I think they've kind of tapped the American market. We all care as much as we want to about our teams. But the European market has a lot of potential. And if they could figure out how to put a team in London, my lord. Because I could see a team like Jacksonville saying, you know what, let's go play in London. The London Jaguars or the London whatever, just change the name, change the colors. The Jaguars are stupid. We're stupid anyway. There's not Jaguars in Jacksonville. It could have been the Panthers. There are Panthers in Florida. But there's the hockey team. But so what? Oh, that game will put you to sleep. Yeah, I mean, I was watching on Twitter. I was just looking at all the tweets about it, and people were miserable. I thought it was awesome. because the Broncos are kind of the bane of my life growing up with Elway. See if there's any other news to kind of chat about here going into this. I really do hope that Joe Woods can turn it around. I got to tell you guys, like, that is a big, big deal. He needs to turn it around because that guy is less than thrilling. Mugs out. We're getting some random old retweets from some of these people. SJ in the building. We have a new dog. I guess that's good. Nathan Zagura's in the house. Let's go. Big one. There we go. Go ahead and read. Zagura will eventually follow me on Twitter. I have no idea why I have not earned the Nathan Zagura follow. I do not know why. Cameron Justice is talking about the midgies. Midges or midgies? She got one in her eye. Ouch. They're everywhere. They're all over the stadiums, the stadium seats. Stinks. Ken Carmen's at the stadium as well. He's out there hanging out. All right, here we go. We got this. The Packers are on the 15-yard line. 1st and 10. Hand off. Who is that? Is that Jones? I look like Dylan. I can't tell. And I can't play the game because I don't want the audio to be picked up. $33 is whom? We keep cutting away. 2nd and 4, 124 to play. All the time in the world. They want to score, but they don't want to give the Giants any time, so they want to run it again. Oh. Stuffed. I think they knew it was coming. That's got to be Jones. It is Jones. There we go. Yeah. Daniel Jones can only look. The question will be, if they score, do they go for 2? Mike Hogan, what's going on, man? 1:11 left. Apparently, the Giants call timeout. 3rd and 2. This is a big play. They got to score. They got to get a first down. I'm not worried about this. I think Aaron Rodgers is gonna pick it up for him. $111. This is a big play, though. The Giants stuff them twice. They win the game. I'd hand the ball off again. Oh, it's Dylan's in there, 28. So they took out Jones. They got Dylan in. I wouldn't try to score a touchdown here. You got to just get the first down. Almost picked off. My Lord, batted in the air. They did try to score there, interestingly. They did not try to go for the first down. Now they got to decide. Clock stops, 1:04. What are they going to do? They don't want to burn a timeout. He had him open. Oh, he would have had him open. Deflected in the air. Not caught. Man, that would have ended the game. He hit him in the face. Almost in the face of the ball. Everybody complains about Baker Mayfield getting balls from that batted down. Then you got Aaron Rodgers having the ball batted down on him. Oh, I'm behind? No, I mean, as far as I got. Bat in the air, game over. Giants should win. Because I don't think they can stop the clock now. The Giants held on. Wow. Brian Dable. He's going to have a 4-1 Giants team. That is crazy. What unis are the Browns going with today? Hey, they're going with a color rush. The Pudding Pop Color Rush jerseys today against the Chargers, interestingly. They haven't worn them in a long time because they wore those 1946 jerseys all last year, you know? I'm rocking my Wyatt Teller today. I don't have one of the Pudding Pop Color Rush Browns jerseys. I have the old Color Rush ones. I like them. I like the old Color Rush much better with the sleeves. But I don't know. I might pick one up. Guess who's back? Back again. Getting close now. We're closing in. Wow, Daniel Jones. What a game. Good for them. You know, Daniel Jones played well today. I'd say good for them. Basically had a flawless game, Daniel Jones. He didn't throw for any touchdowns, but, I mean, he did what he needed to do to win games. Got to be happy about that. Chargers player just told me midges on the field. Is that how you pronounce it? Am I pronouncing it right? A midge. How do you pronounce it? Is it? It's a small fly included in species in several families of non-mosquito Nemoceran dipteras. So the Chargers are not happy about the midges. But they're not mosquitoes. They kind of look like green mosquitoes. They're lake flies. That could be another advantage for the Browns. Yeah, we're rocking the color rush jersey. It's going to be a fun game today. Trying to see if there's any other news going on. Anything else being reported. Greg Newsom's in the house wearing a fashionable pair of shorts. Giants beat the Packers. If the Giants can beat the Packers, we can beat the Chargers. That's a tough flight home too. How unhappy you'd be flying home after that game. My Lord. What is Man, AB is off the chain right now. Zagura's out there. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fun one. I'm excited about this one, guys. I really think that we've got a chance to like really crush it today and go 3-2. Hold on. As long as we keep winning, we can't lose the division. Tied with the Ratbirds, tied with the Bengals, beating the Steelers. As long as we keep winning, we win the division. So let's keep it up, keep it rolling. Ravens Bengals today is a huge game. One of them is going to lose. So we have to win if we want to stay ahead of if we want to stay first place, or at least tied. Somebody's going to win today. I think we come out of this one with a win, guys. I really do. The more I think about it, the better chances we have. Now we got these bugs that are out there. Bugs, backup kicker, no Bosa. There we go. Bugs, backup kicker, no Bosa. Browns win today. The edit tweet button is wild. I have the edit tweet button because I'm paying for Blue. Mari Cooper's in the house rocking those color rush jerseys. They're all right. They just seem so brown, and like the other color rush jerseys were just perfect. They were literally perfect. They could have just kept them the same with the stripes on the sleeves, with the new numbers, and they would have been perfect. But they had to make a bigger change, I guess. I don't know. I do like the uniforms. Tweeting to the Browns that I miss the old colorless jerseys with the striped sleeves. Not like the Browns give a crap. They don't follow me back, which is like hilarious. I have to be one of the most followed Browns fans on Twitter, and they don't follow me back. Like, come on, sweet. Come on. They only follow 235 people. Let's see who they do follow. Mostly players. All right, we're 30 minutes away, guys. Yeah, they're only the player. They're only like the official people they're following. They're not following anybody. Any just fans. They follow Browns Therapy. Interesting. Follow Virginia Tech football. That's interesting. They follow LeBron. Yeah. Bugs. Well, it's going to be one of those games that's going to come down to who scores the most points at the end, which I think is kind of silly, but I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in this game. We have bad defenses, and we have really powerful offenses. So it's really going to come down to it. Already had one. I want to. That's got to have been an upset today. Giants. What was the line? Packers were -8. That is a huge upset. Giants were +300 if you bet the money. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like when you're betting on sports, when you're making these bets, you can't think about historical information. You got to think about what's happening at any moment. And right now, the moment in time that we're in is we are in injured Charger land. Browns are healthy and motivated. And we've had two somewhat, I wouldn't say two, but we definitely have had one humiliating loss against the Jets. And then a game last week where we should have won. We could be 4-0. Austin Eckler's over there on Newegg selling computers. The Eckler machine. It's actually a dope looking machine. An i5 processor and a 3060. That's a thing? So the specs on an Austin Eckler PC, I'm not kidding, is an i5 processor, which is a mid-range processor, a GPU, a 3060, which is a mid-range GPU, about to be obsolete here when the 4000 series comes out. That's crazy. It'd be funny to tweet that out, but he's probably going to light us up, so I don't want to do that. Making fun of the poor guy's PC. Adam Schefter an hour ago said it. 95 returns. That's a cool picture. What does cleats have to do with it? I'm told Clowney is good to go. It's pretty funny. Let's get some score predictions. I know we did it before, but I want to get some score predictions in the chat, guys. Let me know what you think of the scores today. Let me know what you guys think. I think there's a W coming, but what do we think is the W? They're in the stands. Ryan Burlow, 34-27 Browns. Okay. Colin, 31-28 Browns. All right. That's good points. These are all hitting the overs, by the way. 2 people so far think we are hitting the over. I think we're going to hit the over as well. And I think the Browns are going to win it outright. But I could be wrong, and I don't bet on sports, so don't bet with me because you're not going to be happy. Hambone, 31-28 Browns. Okay. If not, we may be delusional with our season. I mean, I don't think this isn't a must win. Like realistically, it's not because I think everybody was expecting us to lose this one, so it's not a must win. But games we have lost already, games we should have. The Jets and the Falcons should have been wins, so we have to now pick back up for those losses that we had. And this would be a great one to win back. Mark Schoen says 31-14. I like it. I'll take that. That'd be huge. That'd be really keeping Justin Herbert under wraps. All right. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close. Colin, I feel like this one is a must win because of the upcoming schedule. We must have 10 games at least for the playoffs. I agree. Oh, here we go. Mike Honcho. Somehow the spammers got through. Somehow the spammers still got through. Unreal. Got to add that to the block list. The block list of words. That is unfortunate. Sorry, guys. Trying to keep these spammers the heck out of the stadium, out of the thing. Come here to YouTube Studio and plug in there. And settings. You know what else I should do? Emoji. Finger pointing. I'll ban that emoji. There we go. Making it easier and easier to get away from. So no more finger pointing emoji from those guys. I have blocked a lot of the bots have been blocked on the channel because I've added a lot of the stuff that you can't add in there. Let's cancel. Add one more. I'm gonna add their whole .com to it so you can't watch that. 32-29 Browns is Mike Honcho. Okay, I'll take it. Take it. Ron G. Brown 17, Charger. A close one. It says Ron Brown 17, Charger 14. Let's do this. Let's go. This is what I want to see tomorrow. I want the mugs to come out. I can't do a poll. I've only done one poll and I can't do any more. Jason Kimball, what's going on, Jason? 31-27, close one. Probably very accurate. That probably will be what it comes down to. Very close to it. I would take it, I think. But I'll take the win. No matter what, I'll take the win. Bear with me. Be right back, guys. All right, back to chat. Here we go. Ballistic plays. Fly Guy's here. Fly Guy, if I were you guys, I'd be more worried about the Bengals and the Browns. But unfortunately, one of you guys has to win. Okay, we have the belief of 66% is the Browns going to win versus 33. Over under 40. I think it's 48 points. What's the over under? Browns Chargers betting line. Okay, over under is 47 points. New poll. Are we going to be over or under 47 points? Well, I'd be worried if I were you. Your Ravens are not the team they used to be. I'll tell you that. I'm not that worried about the Ravens this year. We got on Twitter, Browns 35, LAC 28. Ooh. That's funny. Y'all gonna lose another? Are you gonna blow another double-digit lead in the fourth, Fly Guy? I mean, the only appropriate response to that would be 1 minute and 37 seconds. which he'd be right. We lost to the Jets. Ooh, I like that one. I think it's going to be nice seeing the Browns color rush jerseys. It's been a while. We didn't see him at all last season. We saw only the 1946. Be cool seeing him again. I am sipping on a Waterloo grape. If you guys know what these things are all about, they are amazing. They don't sponsor the channel in any way, but I would be open to it if Waterloo came to me. There was like a Browns flavored water. Just name it Lake Erie. Lake Erie water. Make it sparkling. Make it midgey flavor. Midges. I like both, says Donna. Sure. I got you a few posters from this week. Oh, nice. What are they? What are they? So there's new posters going out this week. Fly Guy, you gotta respect the fact that in all these years I have not banned you from the channel. Because I appreciate you coming in here and talking crap. I really do. Oh no. Nate and the Elf. Huh. All right, this is awesome. All right, so we have the new poster this week is Nathan Zagura. Poster this week is Nathan Zagura, Browns Chargers. It says Browns first charge October 9th. Muni Lod. Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that got really... So it's basically like Nathan Zagura is behind Anchorman, and the elf is the Anchorman. And then at the bottom it says go blank yourself, San Diego, but it's cut off. It's pretty funny. This is great, Nathan Zagura. All right, we got 13 minutes till game time. Jason Kimball in the house. They love me here. I tell the truth. It's all Fly Guy. Most of the time, you're not wrong. I will admit you're not wrong most of the time. You guys are good. You've had our number quite a bit, but you got to admit that these last couple of years has at least made it dicey for you guys now that we have all this talent. And you guys really still have not been able to manage stopping Nick Chubb. The Steelers got a tough one against the Bills, too, today. So the Bills should be able to take care of the Steelers. I think no problem. It's going to be the Kenny Pickett game. It's going to be interesting. The Kenny Pickett game. Segura. Beautiful. I'm actually surprised the Browns are actually holding up while QB1 is out. We have a lot of talent around us, man. We've got a lot of talent surrounding us. We've got, and Jacoby Brissett's not that bad. It is what it is. How many picks Pickett going to throw? Over, under 2? I'd say under. I don't think they're going to ask him to do too much. I'd say, 2. I would say 2 or under. I'd say less than 2 or less he'll throw. I'd be surprised if he goes out there and does anything worse than that. Okay, guys. I'm gonna call it. We're gonna call it now. I'm gonna dip, but I will tell you, thank you guys all very much for being here. I'm gonna give some quick shout outs. Number 1, shout out to the Brown Tiger with the $2 super chat. Everybody else, Evan Chase, Hambone, Gary Washington, Lynn Savage, Chubba Wubba Hub, Mark Schoen, David Smith, Jonathan Schlegel, Browns fan 1977, Derek Jones, Ray, shirtflavor.com. Who else we got in the house? I think I said Hambone, but if not Hambone, the Brown Tiger. There we go. Welcome everybody for being here. Ara's in the house. Ara's not currently a member, but I still give Ara plenty of love. So Ara is a longtime subscriber. Isaiah Gassina, Mark Schoen, Brian Schaffner's in the house. Brian, what's going on, man? Thanks for being here. But we're gonna call it for now. I'm gonna flip back over to to the welcome screen. I will be chatting here. We'll chat here live during the game. So if you guys want to stick in and just kind of hang out and watch the chat, we can. And we'll go from there. So guys, thank you very much for hanging out. And we will see you all for the post-game shows. Hang out here. This will be the same place we're going to do the post-game right after. All right, everybody. We love you all. Go Browns. Well, I don't know what to say, guys. I really don't. I think that this team doesn't have any heart. If you guys were watching my tweets all game, I mean, it was a failure across the board. Offense, defense, special teams, everybody failed. So Jacoby Brissett is definitely who Jacoby Brissett is. When you're going down to potentially take the lead in the game in the fourth quarter under 2 minutes or right around 2 minutes and you throw in an interception, I'm sorry, that is unacceptable. A rookie quarterback wouldn't have thrown that pass. He could have run for the first down or run close and put the team in position to try to kick a field goal to take the lead. I have no doubt the defense would have blown it anyway. But still, like, you can't throw an interception then. And then at the end of the game, somehow magically they go for it on fourth down and the defense actually stops them and we are in a position where we can kick a field goal to win. And the kicker that we drafted in the fourth round who blasts field goals from 70 yards in practice is missing wide right. He missed one wide right earlier. He missed wide right again. I don't know what to say, guys. I don't know. The defense is terrible. Fuck. 28-30. Austin Eckler runs for 173 yards. Nick Chubb runs for 134, 2 touchdowns. Kareem Hunt, 47 yards and a touchdown. If you would have told me those stats and you said we lost, I would have lost my mind. I wouldn't believe you. Unbelievable. Austin Eckler, man. Mike Williams killed us. 10 receptions for 134. Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, Nick Chubb is the one saving grace in this team that makes me feel good. Is like we have one great player that we can root for. But man, I mean, this defense is terrible. Just absolutely terrible. Giving up 30 points. So 50, it went 58. So the over covered. But the under unfortunately didn't. And it was within 1.5 points. So Vegas got it right. That's crazy. I don't know, man. I don't think Brissett's going to make it to game 11. I don't think so. He's not good enough. Joe Woods, you got to be on your last straw. Mike Prefer, you got to be on your last straw. Kevin Stefanski, you're on notice. It's unacceptable. All three of them should be straight up embarrassed. All three should be embarrassed. Mad Spike 1 agrees with me. Says this is one of the best tweets of the day when I was saying the last straw and Stefanski got notice. Season's done. Clean house time. No excuses. Shouldn't come down to 60 yarders every week. Defense scheme, defense scheme down. Special teams scheme down. Offensive play calling, very suspect. Can somebody in chat explain to me how Joe Woods has the job? Undisciplined, no pressure, soft zone, poor communication, hardly any turnovers, 50 plus points, 53 points now in the fourth quarter. 53 points in the fourth quarter. He inspires nobody. He has a personality and the motivation abilities of a walnut. How's he employed? How? Yeah, and the Chargers were like, here's the game. You can have it. Right, it wasn't 60 yards. It wasn't. Wasn't even close. Very makeable kick. Good fight. Browns are live at the podium. We'll watch the press conference. That'll be fun. Let's watch the press conference together, guys.
To play good football, get a win versus an AFC opponent, and we just did not get it done. We're going to share in this one.
Denzel has a concussion.
All of us had opportunities at the end, and we didn't come through, and it's really, really, really hard and frustrating, as I mentioned. So we got to figure it out. We got to start playing smarter in certain areas, and
I'm going to bring up the press conference here in a second.
Get a victory, especially at home. At home, AFC.
Yeah, you think, Kev?
With that, I'll take any questions.
Kevin, until today, the Chargers really didn't run the ball very well. So, what do you think happened?
Yeah, we gave up way too many yards, including a real big one early in the game. It's always a combination of things, Jeff, but we have to be better stopping the run. Have to.
And what were you thinking when they decided to go for it on fourth and one late and hit the ball at your 46? Like, what's the thought process there of how many yards do you need to pick up?
Yeah, we're ready for them if they decided to punt or go for it. In that case, they went for it, and then you're just trying to help the field goal in that case as much as you can. Ultimately, I got to give him better stuff to get down in there and not attempt a 50-plus yard or whatever it was. Obviously, we have faith in Cade. We expect him to come through. I think he will come through for us in the future, but we got to help that field goal.
What do you make of Cade's struggles here lately, especially considering the way his career started?
Yeah, I think with a young player, you kind of just focus on getting better each day, not losing confidence in him. He's not losing confidence in himself. Not an easy place to kick in. We'll be counting on him next week, the week after that type thing.
It looked like he had room to run on that interception. What, say anything to you after, or what do you
Yeah, I mean, he saw it. Rather, he didn't see the linebacker underneath there. Ultimately, just we got to come away with some points there, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown. So we just got to make sure that we're operating at a high level, giving them those guys plays that they can have success. And then in that scenario, Jacoby will talk to you, and I know what he'll say. He just can't turn the ball over.
The failed fourth down in the third quarter, when they called the timeout, just the thought process there. Were you always going
about
for
the timeout?
No, just were you always going for that there in that situation?
Yeah, with a lot of this, you have to give credit to them. They stopped us. Felt good about the play, but they stopped us.
just Kobe right there? He seemed to have his hands on his hips after the play.
Yeah, I don't want to get too into it, but just we didn't execute. I mean, we didn't execute, but of course I could always give them better play.
3rd and 7 looked like they down, but they took the penalty and they would go for it.
I was.
Kevin, when you said you guys need to be smart, are there specific examples?
Well, I think we had a bunch of 15-yard penalties, and those are killer.
When John Johnson got his, was he upset about? And were you yelling at the official? Or were you yelling at your guys to settle that?
Yeah, we can't lose our composure in those moments. Regardless of what we think we saw or what we wanted them to call and those type of things.
They're going to talk about the 238 yards on the ground?
Some of the defensive issues these last couple of weeks.
Can't hear the effing questions. How is that we can't hear the questions?
maybe not so much composure, but just, I mean, there just seems to be an underlying issue where everything seems to tie together.
Yeah, I mean, I think we didn't play well enough. There's always that's the easy answer. The long answer is in a bunch of areas. There's things that we have to do better. Tackling, got to tackle better. So there's a lot of things that if you want to play good defense, we got to start doing them.
Talked about the games, you got to be able to finish. Here you were with a 14-0 halftime lead. Just how frustrating is it getting to not be able to?
It's really frustrating, Mary.
It's very frustrating, Mary Kay. I think.
It's not very frustrating. We're cool with it. Like
these games are close.
Like journalists, how frustrating is it to blah 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 blah? It's frustrating.
From behind, you got to put teams away, and we haven't done it and didn't do it today. Again, credit to them. They did what they needed to do to get a victory, and certainly we got to look inward and fix some things.
Well, there was that long pass to Peoples-Jones. Was that an option?
Credit to them.
That the play called? Did you have one-on-one and you felt?
Yeah, I think he's one of the options on that play, Tony. Felt like he had one-on-one. But I got to obviously look at the entire play, but, it comes down with it. It's a huge one.
You might not be aware of this yet, but on Denzel, did the new concussion protocol play any?
I don't know that. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Obviously,
He doesn't know the concussion protocol? Yeah. NFL coach does not know the concussion protocol. Here we go, guys.
Does that make it even more disappointing for it to end like that on a pick?
Yeah, I think in these games, Mary Kay, you lose, and it's just so frustrating, and it hurts. And we didn't do enough as a team. We didn't do enough as coaches. Are the guys playing hard? Of course, yeah, not questioning that at all. And Jacoby's making plays, but it's we got to clean things up. If you want to get a win in the NFL, you can't do some of the things we did.
For boots at the end again of the game, did you hear them? And if so, how much does it kind of hurt you to hear that from your?
Yeah, I think when it comes to fans, Mary Kay, like I can't get into that type of thing. They were great today. They support us. So I get that that's part of it.
I mean, don't you feel? I mean, you guys all, I'm sure, feel bad about these people.
It's a good way to answer it. It was a setup question. Get him in trouble.
It's frustrating. I mean, I get it, and it's very, very, very frustrating. But I go back to what do we need to do to go get a win? There's just we got to fix things if you expect to get wins in the NFL.
You feel like defensively you plug one league and like another springs. Lately it's been the run defense. That it was busting coverage late in the game. I mean, what do you make of the different problems you've had defensively this year?
Yeah, I think when you're playing good defensive football, you're playing consistent. Obviously, run, pass, you name it. We have to play more consistent. We're not playing consistent really right now. We can. There are opportunities to do it. There's opportunities to make some plays, those type of things, but we're just not doing it consistently right now.
Surprised the run defense wasn't good when Myles and Javian were back this week.
Yeah, I just think that they did a nice job.
Why?
The
They did nothing.
Run, you got to tackle, all those things.
They didn't do a single thing. We didn't even know Myles or Jadeveon was even out there. Jadeveon had one tackle.
Last play, I mean, is that about as much as you can get out of a rookie there?
Yeah, MJ, I know he's a rookie, but we're counting on him a lot, and that was a big play to come through, especially with what was at stake there. Okay, thanks, guys.
Holy crap. That was the Kevin Stefanski press conference. I think Jacoby's going to be coming up soon here. MJ is our best defensive player. Maybe. Yeah, Hambone, right? Usual. Oh, here we go.
Jacoby, what can you say about, you know, how the game ended and maybe what were you looking to do there? I think you were looking for Amari. What happened and how do you feel about that?
I mean, we talk about this all the time. It's just like bad decisions late throughout the play and just making good decisions. That was a poor decision by myself. Obviously, yes, I saw Amari coming, and just I know I'm better than that, and I just made a bad decision.
I know everything's moving fast. Are you thinking I might be able to run here for a first down?
Yeah, but like I said, I saw Amari in the back of the end zone. So, but yeah, I mean, it was in my mind. But yeah, a really bad, poor decision.
You're kind of known as really not throwing too many interceptions and just not really part of your resume. How bad does this feel for you to do something like that?
It sucks. It really sucks because I mean that's a pivotal moment in the game, and obviously the ball was in my hand for a reason, and that was not the outcome that obviously that I was intending to happen, and I am just better than that. I truly am, and I know that, and be better next time.
What are you thinking when they decide to go for it on that late fourth down and you're after the field, and then once you get the ball, and you think I need to pick up a certain number of yards to give Cade a good chance?
Yeah, I mean we've practiced this situation a bunch. I mean once they went for it, I was like, all right, we're gonna stop them and go down and win. And yeah, I knew we had to get a couple more yards, and yeah, but wish we could have got a couple more, obviously, on a couple of those throws. But yeah.
Jacoby, the fourth down in the third quarter, they called timeout. Did they take away the sneak before you guys went for it on fourth?
I got to go back and look. I don't remember right now off the top of my head. Sorry.
One that ended up with Hunt's hands instead of yours, we thought only fall forward for.
Yeah, I mean, wait, is that the same play you're talking about?
I was trying to refer.
Flow of the game, you know. From what I remember, we had a good play on, and I mean, it's 50-50 right there. So just being better.
Was the sneak the call before the timeout?
No,
time for you?
it was not.
Yeah, after what happened in Carolina, it's easy to feel that the field goal kicker can get anything over 50 yards. Is that feeling kind of leaving the team at this point?
Oh, hell no. Ultimate trust in Cade and our field goal unit. I mean, we'll go out and do the same thing again with the same trust in him, and shit happens, and it's more than that play that I would say causes this game, the outcome of this game. I mean, we got other play. I mean, I threw a pick in the red zone, and we're about to go score. You know, so
shit happens.
It's definitely not on one person, I would say. So that the trust is still in Cade.
Like you were almost in the zone at times today. You looked like you were really kind of on, and even that last drive, that 20-yard run was pretty incredible. It looked somehow you got out of there. So does that make it even tougher that you just seemed like you were really ready to?
Yeah, just all of it makes it so tough. You know, it all gets overshadowed by one play, and that just shows you the margin of error in this league is so slim. And regardless of whatever plays you make throughout the game, it always comes back to that one play. You know, and yeah.
Have you had that conversation with Cade, or do you want to, but hey, we haven't lost faith in you?
No, I mean, he knows that. We sent him out there smiling, you know, so why would we not have faith in him? Like I said, stuff happens in this league, you know. We got a long season ahead of us, and on to the next week, you know, and he understands that it's not nothing to. Why would I go bother him, you know?
You
Maybe hold each other accountable.
send these fans home disappointed because I'm sure you're feeling the love from these fans. You know, from
I mean,
Yeah,
I get it.
it's tough.
He's not going out there. He's not going out there to miss kicks. But hold him
felt
accountable.
like they kept us in the
Some
game.
way.
I mean,
Hold yourself
a
accountable.
couple miscommunications on their side and burning timeouts and stuff like that because of what our fans were doing. So it's tough when we leave this room and this stadium without a win, you know. And it sucks, yeah. And it's gonna turn. It's gonna turn.
what makes you think that?
Because I trust myself. I trust the men in that room, the coaches.
I don't trust any of them.
I know what we're
the
working
men
towards.
in the room or the coaches.
Yeah, it's like a 3-point shooter. You know, once one goes in, then they just, you know, hopefully they start coming in bunches. So, you know, it's just one at a time.
Bro.
And we're right in. Yeah, it'll turn.
What are you learning about this team on both sides of the ball, though, in terms of just fight and heart and desire and?
Yeah, I think all of those things. I think it's a no quit mentality in that locker room. All the players in that locker room feel the same way I feel up
football,
there
or is she talking about like no
And
quit?
when you have that's the mark of something, you know, and I know that the guys in that locker room are going to come back and be ready to work for next week because that's all we have, you know, and this is going to suck to all of us because we understand how. I'm sure everybody, when we watch this film, everybody's going to be like, man, that play right there for me, that play right there for me. And I think that's when guys are really looking in the mirror and being honest with themselves.
Tomorrow, Deshaun's going to be able to come back and hang out and be with you guys in the meetings
Oh, nice.
and things like that. So do you think that will provide a nice
didn't even know.
sort of emotional boost for everybody?
Shit, I hope so.
He didn't even know that Deshaun was coming
I
back
don't
next
know.
week.
I mean, be good to see him.
Man,
Thanks.
the fans and the media. Wow. We know. We know when Deshaun's coming back. Oh, is he? Cool. That'd be cool. I mean, what is he supposed to say? I get it. They lost. He didn't play particularly well when it counted. That's 3 games now. The Jets, the Falcons, and now the Chargers, where he threw critical fourth quarter interceptions, and we ended up losing. Now, is it on him completely? No, because if he throws a touchdown there, or if they kick a field goal there down on the 10-yard line, does Justin Herbert come back down and score and win with no time? Probably. They had timeouts, so probably. But it wouldn't have been on him then. John Stalker. Does Garrett know anything other than rushing the outside? Yeah. Did Garrett even play today? Where was Mr. 99? Where was Mr. 99 Madden today? Was he flying in his car 100 and something miles an hour? Was he having flashbacks to the car accident that he almost killed himself and his passenger? Is that what he was doing? I didn't see him on the football field doing very much. Oh, here we go.
Game and having a lead and just not winning.
I mean, it'd be tough for any team. It's tough in any situation where you lose, but when everything's going your way and you don't put it away. Especially in our case where we've had a lot of these just this season. you know, it wears on you, but you know, we got to put it away. We got to pack it up, watch the film, see how we can get better, and move on. It's just one of those where you got to learn from it and use it as fuel, prepare for the next team.
The issues with the run defense today, Myles?
I had a couple of misalignments and just not being where you're supposed to be. And usually that wouldn't cost us, but they were able to take advantage of some of those times where we weren't where we were supposed to be, and guys didn't fit off each other and make each other right.
So now 5 games in, we're still lining up and being places we shouldn't be. 5 games in.
One guy's fault or another. Sometimes we're able to communicate, and if one guy's out of place, another guy fills in that same gap. But
they're not communicating still.
Like that. We weren't able to see it at when it happened, and we're trying to make it better and get better on that side of the ball, and we were able to make the stop at the end. But we gotta shore up some of those leaky runs like we've been saying.
On Friday, even though they were low in the league in rushing, you still knew they could do that. But were you surprised that they ran as much as they did?
No. I mean, once they cracked that 75, 80 yarder, knew they were definitely going to lean on it. They felt like they had an advantage on us, being able to attack some of the soft spots in our defense. And I mean, that's what they did. And they were able to get over rushing for over 200 yards, and that's completely on us. I feel like that's on us as the D-line, making sure the edges are set and not getting knocked off the ball.
You guys have let, at least, you guys have let 3 games slip away so far this season. What can you do from here? Where do you go from here? How do you slam the door on this and get this turned around?
Slipped away or lost, it's all the same. When you lose, there's always circumstances behind it, whether it's early or late. Those they all count, and it's all in the minor details. And that's all it's been for us, making sure that we're in the right spot, communicating and executing. And that's what we have to take care of. That's what we have to get ahead of, and we have to really take pride in it. Take pride in doing our job. And right now, we have to have some more pride.
And Myles, I ask everybody this, but does it hurt so much to have to send your faithful, loyal, beloved fans home just so disappointed and upset, and there's some more booing again?
I mean, it more hurts that I have to see the faces of my teammates disappointed knowing that we lost. I don't have to look all the fans in the face, but I have to look every one of those guys who was in the locker room, every one of those players, those coaches, those staff members who have worked so hard, and I see every day. The fans, I love the hell out of them. I appreciate them. And, they're reacting to what we're putting in the display that we're putting on. So I want to hear them clap. I want to hear them cheer. I want to do our best for them. But those guys that I'm fighting with and for every time I step on the field, that's what makes me disappointed.
You guys were supposed to, you had continuity on defense, a lot of guys back. It wasn't supposed to be this leaky on D. Does that put your finger on anything there, or how disappointing is that? That it doesn't seem like you're taking steps forward there.
And we have, we're just up and down right now. We'll have certain drives or quarters where we're all over it, and then we'll let off the gas, and they'll take advantage of miscommunication, or I don't know if we had a lack of effort, whether it's misalignments that we have seen. It's just a little bit of everything. And when we're not on the same page as a defense, teams like that that are very talented and have a very competent quarterback who's able to make every throw on the field, they're going to be able to take advantage of that. And Eckler, he played a hell of a game as well.
Jacoby said you guys have a no-quit mentality. He has confidence in himself and the rest of the guys that you'll be able to turn this around. Do you feel the same way about the no-quit mentality?
I don't know a lot of quitters in any sport, so yeah, I don't think there's any quitters in that locker room.
Do you feel you have what it takes, so as a group, to get it collectively turned around?
I believe we do.
Say anything to Cade York after the miss? Is there anything that you can't even say, but did you have any words of encouragement or anything for him?
I saw him once in passing. I just gave him a dap, slap on the back. At the end of the day, I'll see him tomorrow, and we'll talk about it then. But most guys don't want to hear anything right after something happens. You're going through your own head, and you're in your own head, and you're going through your own thoughts. the situation, how you could have played it better. No, we all are. About different plays all throughout the game. So just let him process it, go through his steps in the game and how he can do better, and then talk about it tomorrow. He's a competent kicker. He's a great kicker, and I think he'll definitely let this pass and move on from it.
Jacoby said he really took a lot of responsibility. He said the decision was bad on that interception. What do you see in him that gives you confidence that he is going to turn around? He says, "Hey, I'm better than that." What about him makes you think that he'll figure it out?
Because he is better than that. He's shown such awareness and playmaking ability all throughout this season. And he had one mistake. We got the ball back, and we got in position to win, but we didn't. It's just how it goes sometimes. We were able to do what we could to rectify that mistake, but we made mistakes on defense, and they corrected ours. So we're not going to be holding him down because he made one mistake. We all individually made a mistake here or there, and that's part of the game. We're picking each other up and making sure that we're ready to go when the time comes.
After Cade made that 58-yarder Carolina, I mean, it's easy to think 54, done deal. Did you 100% think that he was going to make that kick?
No, I don't think anything's a surefire. Regardless, whether it's us making a stop, whether it's offense scoring, it's just nothing's 100%. There's no guarantee for anything. I have faith in him. I have faith that he'll make the kick, and hell, I'm sure as hell hoping that he will. But at the end of the day, there's a process to it, and anything can happen.
Myles, how did you feel out there coming off of your accident and your injuries with the shoulder and the bicep? How are you feeling physically?
I felt a lot better, so I'm getting better, but it's just a process in returning to 100%, and just glad to be out there. I don't feel bad. I don't want anybody to feel bad for me. I'm going out there and giving 100% of what I have, and I'm just glad to be able to play football.
Are you on a pitch count or anything?
No, I'm going out there as long as I'm able to move, I'm able to fight, rush, and play the run. I'm gonna be out there.
How close did you think you came to taking out Herbert a couple times?
To dying last week?
I mean, within half a step or half a second, and right there in the red zone, almost knocked the ball out. A couple times where I got a hit or pressure on those things. They're tough. He's able to step up, or he's able to move out the pocket. It's hard to make a play on it, but those are times where not to find a way to get it done. We as a defensive line got to find a way to get it done.
When Emerson made that play on Michael Williams, did you think he set you up for?
Yeah, I think he put in a good position to win. And, short field, offense has been firing all day, so I was definitely thinking we were going to make it happen one way or another, whether we scored a touchdown or we hit the field goal. Thought we were going to make it happen. But it's NFL. They get paid to show up and play at a high level as well. So sometimes it goes our way, sometimes it goes their way.
When Staley went for it on fourth down, you got a few more years in the tank here. How did you feel? Did you expect him to go for it?
I expect him to go for it, but it's still disrespectful to us. I know he has a offense that was doing very well the whole day, and he expects him to get the first down. But to us, that's saying that's telling us that he can try to take advantage of us, and we don't take that very kindly.
That was disrespectful to your offense as well. If he was thinking they're not going to score even if we don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of disrespectful to both sides of the ball. I mean, he's playing the numbers game. He's thinking, analytics wise, we're far enough where we can either make the stop on defense if they get it back, or we'll probably get the first down. It's 2 yards away, and we've been rushing the ball pretty well, and we've been throwing the ball pretty well. So, at the end of the day, we got the stop, but we got to get the win.
What do you think? What's wrong with the run defense, Myles?
Couldn't tell you till I watched the film. I think there's a couple of things. It's the same as on offense, not offense, but on pass. Got to be able to be in the right spot, the right time. Got to be able to communicate. Everybody get the call. it was just simple stuff. The little things are really killing us and really showing up on every time we're playing.
Jadavian really affected the game from the beginning and throughout the game. What did he show by, getting out there, not playing, 100% himself either, and both of you guys being able to be out there together?
I mean, he loves the game. He loves being out there. He wants to be out there for us and make a difference. And he did, and it means a lot for him to be out there, Taven to be out there, all of us to be on the field, knowing that we're not 100%, and most of the time we won't be. Whether it will be 90, 80, 70, I don't know what those guys are able to give, physically, but I know effort-wise it was 100% on their account, and I'm just grateful to be out there with them as well, because things could have been different, but we all got out there and we all made a difference up to the last second.
Hooray. So guys, I don't know. Fly Guy, I know you're having a great time, man. You're loving this, but we'll see what the Ravens do. Certainly doesn't feel good being 2-3. And we don't have this first round draft picks. We can't really improve the defense with the top talent coming out of the draft. Not that there's a guarantees or anything, but we can't do that. So I don't know. I think hopefully the investment in Deshaun is going to be worth it. But I got to tell you, do I think Deshaun would have thrown an interception like Jacoby did today? No. Do I think Deshaun would have ran for the first down or maybe the touchdown? No. Brian Shabner, I'll donate $50 to block Fly Guy. No, I'm not gonna block him. He's not bad. He just comes into troll. Every once in a while I put him in timeout. I don't really care. So yeah, but $50 to block Fly Guy. I think that's it. I think that's all the press conferences. So I think that's it, guys. We've been at it for a while today. I appreciate you all. Thanks, guys, for being here. Stinks we lost. I thought we had this one. But I do think that there's better times ahead. $100? Brian, if you donate $100, I'll ban him. I will. Fly Guy, you're not worth $100 to me, buddy. I'll take Brian's $100 to ban you. I'll put it towards a good cause. I'll put it towards mailing out all the Joe Thomas things. Man. I'm just looking at Twitter. Stefanski called a great game. Otherwise, I would agree. Woods and Prefer are bad. This started every week. Come on. It's the same things being said. Is it too late to trade for Jimmy G? Unreal. They all deserve to be fired. Man, this is bad. Oh my God, Brian, are you serious, dude? All right. All right, Fly Guy's been banned from the channel. Oh my goodness. Sorry, Fly Guy. I do love you, but money talks. And Brian put up a big time dough, so he gets whatever he wants. Brian, thank you very much. Brian, by the way, I will be using that $100. It's not going into my bank account. It is going towards giving away everybody a whole bunch of crap from the game. So I appreciate that. That helps me a lot. It softens the blow for all the shipping I'm going to be doing tomorrow. So thank you very much, Brian. I don't know what else to say. I think I will. I'm gonna digest a little bit here about this game. Give it to your son. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate it, man. I think that I'm gonna digest this game, and I'm gonna put a video together that I can get ready to release tomorrow. Tomorrow at some point, and then we'll just go from there. But right now, I'm not feeling super. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel even if we won that game. I'd be like, oh, great, we won. But I'd feel kind of like, ugh, about it. So that was a rough one. We're all in it together, though. And that's one of the things I like about this channel is I have a way to vent to everybody, and everybody, we can all be in it together. You know, because that's the one thing about the Browns. No matter if win or lose, and oftentimes it's lose, we have each other to lose with. You know, and we have our own, we have company together. And we all know how it feels. I know. We're all used to it, Ryan. You're right. You're absolutely right, dude. It's sad, but it's like an abusive relationship. You get used to it, and then that's what it is. But all right. Big thanks to Brian Schaffner. Thank you for the hundo. Appreciate that. Big thanks to the Brown Tiger donated earlier, but Brian Schaffner was with the big hundo to end the day. And I'll tell you what, guys, look out for that video. Watch my video on Stefanski, too, because I'm probably just going to keep talking about coaching because this is awful. All in all, awful. But, all right, guys, thank you very much. And see you next week. Go Browns, I guess. I don't know why my ending screen isn't working, but